Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to our August ordinary meeting of Council. Welcome to those in the room, those watching online. We do have, which will remain a permanent opportunity for overflow of the gallery into the mezzanine floor of the annex as well for public meetings. I'd also like to thank the CEO, Sal Petrosito, Deputy Mayor and councillors present. We do have quite an agenda today, and I'll discuss a few things before we get to the substantive items. But firstly, can I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal, the Jarrawa and the Bigabal peoples, and pay respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I begin today, councillors, with a values moment, and the values moment is one that relates to really an operational part of council, but to demonstrate to councillors and the community how decisions made in the boardroom or at the strategic level flow through to the organisation. And this is particularly in relation to the digital enabling transformation for this organisation. And the first one that we picked off was the digital timesheets. Now, since early this year, since February, we've seen 495 transition over to digital timesheets, which now means 100% of the council staff are on that format, which in its right sounds like it isn't much, but it is having a significant impact in a positive way to the organisation, simply because the staff use the devices and therefore they have their emails included in that, which gives us as an organisation an opportunity to provide live information to our staff. And that's important from a safety perspective, particularly when we do have lone workers, which we do have from time to time. And it's critically important that our staff are kept safe at work and also know that they can access people freely and easily when they need assistance. So therefore, we applaud Anne-Marie, to you and Matthew Wilcox. Thank you very much. I know it's a broader council effort to do this, but it also needs some lead in the organisation. So if you could pass on our thanks to the ICT team as well, that would be useful. No doubt there will be some people in our field who have never opened an iPad or phone to do this, use this technology. So I dare say it will still be a learning curve, but it's been a learning curve for many to get to that. So we applaud the staff and the organisation to getting to that point. So if you could pass that on, Anne-Marie, we'd appreciate it. Thank you very much indeed. The second of which, councillors, is that this week is a week for a couple of things. The first of which is Queensland Road Safety Week. And the theme for this year is We're One Team Queensland, Let's Drive Like It. In fact, a startling statistic, and it's terrible to talk about humans as statistics, but it's the clearest way to explain this. Since 2019, last year was the worst road fatalities in Queensland, with some 303 lives lost. It's also stated on the website, that there were some 7,565 individuals seriously injured each year in Queensland. So the message is clear: to slow down, stay alert, drive sober and share the road. So that is Road Safety Week, and we'll see during this week a video that we will share as a council with Councillor Carol Taylor featured on that, emphasising the importance of Road Safety Week. So thank you for your involvement there, Councillor Carol. It's also SES Week, State Emergency Services Week, and an important role that SES play as volunteers. We've got 9 SES groups across the Toowoomba region. There's currently 103 volunteers, and this calendar year alone, so up to now, up to August, volunteers of SES have given up more than 3,000 hours of their own time to help members of our community. As an example of that, we need to go only back to March with ex-tropical cyclone Alfred, and there were over 220 tonnes of sand shovelled by the SES to provide at-risk residents with sandbags to protect their homes. So we applaud the SES and the 103 volunteers and encourage community members to not only support those in orange this week, but every week of the year. And if you also would like to be a volunteer, it's a great organisation to volunteer at as well. This week is also a significant week from a defence perspective. In fact, yesterday was the 50th anniversary of Australia's involvement in the Vietnam War from 1961 to 1975. This Sunday will be the 83rd anniversary of the Battle of Milne Bay, a significant battle with many of our locals here part of that battle. At 7:30 on Sunday morning at St James Church, there will be the colours paraded, and then at 11 a.m. at the Mothers Memorial, there will be a remembrance service as well for the 83rd anniversary of the Battle of Milne Bay. And so, councillors, I know you will support me in doing this today, given the significance of the defence that we are remembering this week. I would like to read the Australian Defence Veterans Covenant. We, the people of Australia, respect and give thanks to all who have served in our Defence Force and their families. We acknowledge the unique nature of military service and the sacrifice demanded of all who commit to defend our nation. We undertake to preserve the memory and deeds of all who have served and promise to welcome, embrace and support all military veterans as respected and valued members of our community. For what they have done, this we will do. Thank you, councillors. I look forward to seeing so many of our community at the services on Sunday as well, to pay respects and also to give thanks to those that continue to serve for the freedoms that we have. Councillors, we move then to item number 2, which is the reception of deputations or delegations by appointment, of which there are none for August. I understand there are some already for September that are being locked in. We then move to item number 3, which is the attendance, including apologies, leave of absence, granting leaves of absence, and declarations of conflict of interest. We will firstly deal with the leave of absence. Obviously, there are no apologies. So granting of leave of absence, I have 2 councillors indicated that they have a leave of absence they wish to be approved. Councillor Gary Gardner.
I request to be granted leave of absence from any special meetings, committee meetings and ordinary meetings which may be scheduled between the 27th of August and the 25th of September 2025.
Thank you, Councillor Garrick. Can I have someone moved by Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Our second leave of absence is requested by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Rebecca Von Hoff.
Thanks, Mayor. I request to be granted leave of absence from the committee meetings on the 11th of November 2025 due to my attendance at the Australian Local Government Association Rhodes Conference.
Thank you, Councillor Rebecca. Have someone moved by Councillor Carroll.
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor. I will be requiring leave of absence for then as well. I'm attending that same
so
conference.
How about we deal with you after this one?
Thank you very
Councillor
much.
Carroll?
I'm happy to move that, thanks.
Okay, moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? That motion is carried. So, Councillor Carroll, if we were to use the same wording as Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I was going to leave
name.
it till a later date, but it's appropriate we do them together. Thank you. I request leave of absence to attend the Australian Local Government Roads and Transport Forum Congress down in Victoria. Thank you.
So just from a procedural matter, the motion will be that Councillor Carol Taylor be granted leave of absence from the committee meetings on 11 November 2025 due to attendance to the Australian Local Government Association Roads Conference. Have someone move. Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Well, we've got the motion. It's been approved, Councillor Carroll, so we'll run with it in a minute. Councillors, are there any other leave of absence required? There's no other leave of absence. We then move to declarations of both prescribed conflicts of interest and declarable conflicts of interest. Councillor Gary, we'll start with you, a prescribed conflict of interest.
In relation to item number 8.3, 16.1 and 16.2, I request that be minute that I declared a prescribed conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Airdrome, at the ordinary meeting of Council of 28th of May 2025, and my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Gary. We'll make note of that when we get to items 8.3, 16.1 and 16.2. Another declaration of a declarable conflict of interest from Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mayor. In relation to items number 8.3, 16.1 and 16.2, I request that it be minuted that I declared a declarable conflict of interest in relation to item number 12.4, Toowoomba City Aerodrome, at the ordinary meeting of Council on the 28th of May 2025, and of my decision to leave the meeting while the matter was discussed and voted on. As the relevant circumstances have not changed, I will leave the meeting while the matter is discussed and voted on.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Again, we'll note that when we get to 8.3, 16.1 and 16.2. Thank you for that. Are there any other conflicts, be it declarable or prescribed, councillors would like to notify at this stage? If not, and if there's something that may come up between for yourself or another councillor that you feel there could be a declarable or a prescribed conflict of interest, please alert the chair at that time. We then, councillors, move to item number 4, which is the confirmation of minutes, of which there are 2 that we deal with. The first of which is the ordinary meeting of Council on the 15th of July. The motion is simply that the minutes of the ordinary meeting of Council dated 15 July 2025 be confirmed. Can I have someone move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Our second confirmation of minutes is for the special meeting of Council on the 16th of July. And the motion is that the minutes of the special meeting of Council of dated 16th of July 2025 be confirmed. Moved. We have a mover of the moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, item number 5 is business arising out of the minutes of the previous meeting. If there's no business arising, we'll move to petitions, which is item number 6. And I understand that there are 2 petitions, and Councillors Farquhar and Menteifel are sharing the load in regard to these petitions. So I'll hand over to either one first. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to present a petition on behalf of the Wailara Grove Community Association. This petition draws to the attention of Council the serious impacts of your decision to permanently close the rural bin stations at the 7 localities southwest of Millmerran, especially without proper community consultation or responsible advice timetable. On behalf of the Wailara Grove Progress Association Incorporated members, we therefore request Council to 1. Immediately suspend proposed cancellation from 1st of August 2025 for at least 3 months to allow for community consultation and review alternative solutions. 2. Advise what is the environmental impact being caused with residents having to now travel to and from Millmerran Waste Management Facility only for waste disposal. 3. Why was a waste facility similar to the Cecil Plains facility not implemented at, say, rural residential number 2 bin stations, as this would overcome many of your stated concerns? And 4. Why was monitoring of existing sites not undertaken to overcome your claimed misuse? The principal petitioner is Terry Quinn, the president of the Wailara Grove Progress Association, and on behalf of Terry and the WGPA, I'd like to present this petition.
Thank you, Councillor. Can I have someone move the petition be received? Moved by Councillor Tim, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried. So, Councillor, if you'd like to bring that forward to the CEO. Thank you very much. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. The second petition, Councillor Trevor Menteifel.
Thanks, Mayor. This petition draws to the attention of Council the closure of the rural bin stations in the Millmerran district, made without proper consultation or an environmental impact. The decision imposes financial and logistical strain on residents and is likely to increase illegal dumping, bushfire risk, contamination, wildlife hazards, and the loss of vital local service. We therefore request Council to immediately halt any further bin station closures in the Millmerran district, reopen previously closed stations until a full and transparent review has been conducted, and 3, undertake a proper environmental impact assessment and consult affected residents before any further decisions are made. Now, the principal petitioner was Tanya Williams of Millmerran, and there's 464 signatories to this petition.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Someone move the receipt of that petition. Moved by Councillor Edwina. Seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Councillor Trevor. You bring that forward to the CEO. Would be good. Councillor Kerry.
Wondering whether we could know the number of petitioners who signed the first one. I don't know if that was read out or not.
It was 19.
19. Thanks, Councillor Edwina. Very good. Thank you very much. That completes, unless there are other petitions. No other petitions. Very good. We then move, councillors, to item number 7, which is the mayoral minute, of which there is none today. We then move to item 8, which is the reception and consideration of committee reports. 8.1, councillors, the Planning and Development Committee, of which there were 3 substantive motions, the first of which was Charges Resolution number 7, second of which was the Regional Development Statistics Report for June 2025, and the final one was a confidential in Planning and Environment Court Appeals compensation claims. Would anyone like to pull any of those items out? If not, councillors, the motion before us is that the report of the Planning and Development Committee dated 12 August 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Trevor, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Those in favour? Let's have that again. Thank you. Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item 8.2, which is the Water and Waste Committee. There was one substantive item, which is the Confidential Security of Critical Infrastructure Act 2018. Would anyone like to pull that out for discussion? If not, the motion before us is that the report of the Water and Waste Committee dated 12 August 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Have someone to move? Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move to item 8.3, councillors, and we do have the 2 declarations, both Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca. So I could ask both of you to leave the room for this one. Now, councillors, this matter was deferred from last week with the officers to come back for information for us. That information has been provided in a confidential manner, and therefore, for us to discuss that matter, we would need to go into confidential. Now, if someone moves to go into confidential. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor James. Those in favour? Those against? The motion's carried. We've got a motion, we've moved it and we're done. So we'll go into closed session. Thank you. So, Carol, can you just wait for a moment until we leave the room and we shut the doors and we get GM Mike up to the stage? Thanks, Mike. If you'd like to come forward. Councillors, the confidential attachment number 5 was the confidential matter, and the thought is that when we come back out of close, Thank you very much for your patience, those that are watching online and those in the gallery. Very much appreciated. And obviously the Toowoomba Aerodrome is something this council is very keen, as previously stated, to see it progress and continue to do good things in our region and all of the user groups that are out there. Therefore, we had to give due consideration to things, which was why we're in confidential. That said, the motion that was before us was that the matter be deferred to the ordinary meeting. So, Councillor Melissa, you have a alternate motion?
I do. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Deanne, may I see the motion, please? Thank you. I move that Council 1 adopt the proposed amendments to the 2025-2026 Register of Fees and Charges for landing, full-stop landing fees at Toowoomba City Aerodrome as per Attachment 1, with the fee amounts to be adjusted to less than or equal to 5.7 tonne at $13.50 per tonne and over 5.7 tonne at $16.50. Number 2, apply the aerodrome fees and charges equitably to all users. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. That's moved by Councillor Melissa. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Carol Taylor. Thank you very much. Does it need to go into debate, councillors? If not, Councillor Melissa, as the mover, did you want to make a comment?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Colleagues, today I rise to speak in support of the motion for setting landing fees at $13.50 per tonne for aircraft under 5.7 tonne and $16.50 per tonne for aircraft over 5.7 tonne. I truly believe these fees strike the right balance between ensuring our facilities are maintained sustainably while continuing to position the Toowoomba region as an attractive and accessible destination for aviation activity. The aviation sector brings significant economic benefit to our region, not only through direct aviation services, but also by supporting industries such as tourism, freight, agriculture, and emergency services. Every aircraft that lands here contributes to local jobs, fuels local businesses, and strengthens our regional economy. Importantly, these fees are competitive and fair, ensuring that operators large and small can continue to access our aerodrome without creating a financial barrier. By keeping the structure clear and equitable, we are encouraging growth while also protecting the long-term viability of this community asset. Ultimately, these charges are not just numbers on a page. They represent an investment back into our community. They help us maintain safe and efficient aviation facilities, attract economic activity, and support businesses across our region. For these reasons, I commend the motion to Council.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Those in favour of the motion? Indicate with a high thank you. Those against? Like your vote recorded, sorry. Councillor, division of the vote. So against will be a bit simpler. Against is Councillor Bill, Councillor Tim and Councillor Kerry. The rest in favour, and of course you've got Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca outside the room as well for prescribed and declarable conflicts of interest. Just give Deanne a moment just to make note of that. You clear with that, Deanne? Thank you, councillors. We then move, councillors, to our next item, which is the environment. Sorry, Councillor Gary and Councillor Rebecca can come back in the room. Yeah, exactly. Okay, she'll be right. She'll come back, mate. Thanks, Anne-Marie. We move to item number 4, councillors, which is the Environment Community Committee, of which there are 3 substantive items. First of which is the authorisation of biosecurity surveillance programs, 25-26. Numbers 5 and 6 are confidential. Strategic land acquisition in both cases, and if they are required to be pulled out, then we can deal with those in confidential. Any item need to be removed to vote on. Councillor James?
Sorry, Mayor, potentially, I just need to see clarification. When we were going through the conflicts of interest, just noting in the committee, I had to declare a conflict. That does, should that have been, or do I need to repeat that?
Only if that's pulled out to discuss.
Okay, so yeah, well, I'm happy to. I'm happy to move the overall.
Okay, so if there's nothing needs to be pulled out, we then move for the motion, which is that the report of the Environment and Community Committee dated 12 August 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor James, second by Councillor Carroll. Those in favour? Motion's carried. We then move to item 8.5, councillors, which is Community Services Committee. Again, 3 substantive items, the first of which is the report of the Audit Committee on the 4th of June. The second was the operational plan progress, year-to-date 24-25, the fourth quarter. And the final one was 2.51, non-current asset policy. Is there anything anyone would like to pull out from the Corporate Services Committee? If not, the motion is before us that the report of the Corporate Services Committee dated 12 August 2025 be received and the recommendations therein be adopted. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Bill. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. We'll move then to the next item, which is item number 8.6, the Economic Development Committee. And as there are no substantive items for that particular committee, the motion before us is that the report of the Economic Development Committee dated 12 August be received. Moved by Councillor Edwina, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We then move to item number 9, which is the monthly financial performance statement. And welcome very much General Manager Anne-Marie Johnson. Noting, councillors, that attachment 4 in this report is confidential. If there's any discussions that need to take place there, we will obviously go into confidential. But Anne-Marie, welcome to you. Much appreciate your attendance. And I'll hand over to you. Thanks.
Good morning, councillors. So presenting the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31st of July, as required by Section 2044 of the Local Government Regulation. So the attachments to the report include the consolidated financial performance statement, including statements for several business units, key capital projects by group, a summary report for disaster recovery funding, and the confidential monthly investment report. So these reports will provide council with the operating and capital outcomes for July, which is the first month in the new financial year. The first attachment, the consolidated financial performance statement for the whole of council. So as we would anticipate, with just 1 month into the new financial year, we are tracking to budget with an overall favourable variance of just 2%. Operating income tracking to budget, favourable variance of less than 1%. So we've got fees and charges tracking over budget, and flood recovery works, also operation works, tracking over budget. So that 619,000 is due to additional revenue recognised for the February 22 event. Overall, operating expenditure has a very favourable variance of 1.7 million or 5%, with the majority of this variance attributable to the material services and other expenditure with 1.3 million. These are timing difference only at this stage. So as council are aware, we are continuing to review materials and services. So 1 month in, we're not anticipating savings at this stage, but we are reviewing. With the capital components, income tracking above budget, and again, as a result of flood recovery work. So when we've got multi-year projects, it's when the works are delivered and when we can recognise the revenue. So it often goes across the financial year. And the other factor here is when we are actually getting reimbursed for more than we originally anticipated. So that would put it over the budget. Capital expenditure tracking below budget by 1.8 million. or 27%, and that includes 1.6 million for the Crestbrook Dam project. We've also included for your review, councillors, the consolidated financial performance statement for several separate business units, so water, wastewater, waste, fleet and logistics, and the Toowoomba aerodrome. And when we set up our ERP, we set up separate entities for the water and the wastewater business. So it's relatively straightforward to separate out the full operations for those. But as we try to provide further transparency over the operations in other areas, it is a work in progress. The Treasury report on restricted cash at the 31st of July is 186.9 million, or 10.18 months. That's against the target of greater than 2 months. Total borrowings are 199.8 million. And as mentioned last month, once the annual audit is completed at the end of September, we'll be doing the annual review of cash on hand and debt and looking at what we should be paying off early. So very happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Councillors, questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, thanks very much, General Manager Anne-Marie. Just one, which I flagged with you about the operating expenditure. So operating expenditure is below budget by 1.8 million, 5%. And then material services and other expenditure is tracking below budget by 1.3 million. So we know this year, this financial year, we have to bring MSOE down by close to $15 million.
That's correct.
So we're only 1 month in, but you're saying that I want to check that 1.3 million tracking below budget is actually tracking below the budget that we've already put in place of reducing our MSOE by 15 million.
Yeah, that's correct. So the adopted budget included the 15 million reduction. So this is over and above that. And I think this is indicative of, as CEO mentioned, of our reviewing every single component of expenditure to see what we're spending, where we're spending, and that deep dive down into services, levels of service, and what we should be spending and where we're prioritising that.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Councillor Tim, then Councillor Bill.
Chair, thank you. Anne-Marie, noting, as you said, we're 1 month in on a new financial year. I actually had a question, Chair, on the key capital projects by group. May I ask, through you to Nick, actually, the Environment and Community Services top 5 projects. We have a new addition, to my knowledge, the Southern Cross Oval amenities block. Just wanted to pick your brain on that, Nick. My reading of the papers suggested we were given a state government Building Better Regions fund that helped to fund the vast majority of Carney Spring Rec Park, the mountain biking precinct, and if we could get our ducks in a row, the Southern Cross Oval amenities block. And it looks like from this we are moving ahead with that, albeit on 3%. Could you talk, and I haven't seen much of this in our paperwork, could you talk to me about the plans with that, please?
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning, councillors. Councillor McMahon, your assessment of that project is correct. The project, in a nutshell, is an upgrade to amenities at Southern Cross Oval, as the name suggests. We've been successful in securing state government funding through that. I think it's through the City Deals Livability Fund, but perhaps don't quote me on that. I need to confirm, but I think that's correct. That project will be delivered over a couple of years. This year we've allocated $159,000 in the budget. That will be to progress design documentation and engage the contractor for delivery of that project. That certainly isn't the entire project budget.
A couple of years is slow but great progress. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to General Manager Anne-Marie. On page 4 of 10, the pie graphs there of the report. I don't know what page it is.
This is in the consolidated financial statements.
Yes.
Attachment 1.
Yeah. I know it's only early, but am I correct in assuming that those ratios or percentages of renewal versus upgrade and new will continue to see renewals come to the fore? And I'm just thinking about in the context of the 15 mil that we're looking at across the organisation.
Thanks for that, Councillor. Yes, it is a challenge that we continue to monitor very closely.
Because, I mean, I'm just looking at our asset sustainability ratio, and given it's a month, but are we projecting some shifts in those percentages? Because, I mean, the more new stuff and upgrade hits our books, the more asset management, the bigger the asset management bill, obviously. So in the context of us in this immediate budget, being mindful that we're trying to make some changes.
Sorry, so the graph on the left, it shows that's the adopted budget. So
Yes,
that's what
yeah,
we were
I
proposing to deliver. And on
realise
the
that.
graph on the right is what we've actually achieved just for the month of July.
Yep.
So our target is absolutely the budget as adopted is what we'll be aiming to achieve. But with significant upgrade projects that are required to be delivered within the Capital Works programme, that continues to be a challenge.
Yeah, I'm a bit of pain ahead of us, perhaps.
Well, it's the balance. It's where we are in that 10-year capital works
Yeah.
program. And you'll see the 10-year capital works by about 2030, then we get to that 60%. But at the moment, because there's so much upgrade and new, albeit one major project, that's put the pressure on it.
Yeah.
And when we look at the end of September, when we look at the sustainability statement, so the quarterly reporting at the end of September, would be a really good indication because we look at the 5-year averages, and so I think that will give us a good view of where we're going.
Thanks, Bill. Thanks, Councillor Bill. Any other questions? Councillor Melissa and Councillor Rebecca.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, Anne-Marie, for the report. This is a question probably for Mike about the DRFA. Would he prefer that question in the group reports, or do you want to speak about it now? Oh, Mike's not here. Okay. Well, I'll keep that for the group report. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca.
That works well, thank you, Chair, because I've still got General Manager Nick here. Just on the back of Councillor McMahon's question about the Southern Cross Oval amenities block and that South East Queensland Livability Fund. So as part of that 4.5 million that went for Southern Cross Oval, and then the 7.5 million for the mountain bikes, is there a reason that the mountain bike work is not listed in one of those key projects under Environment and Community Services?
Can I take that question on notice? I'm not quite sure how the list is being put together, Councillor Rebecca, so I'll just check on that. The mountain bike project also is being delivered across a number of years, so it might be that the threshold of the expenditure this year hasn't satisfied the criteria, but I'll explore that with financial services.
Thanks, Nick. That'll be great. Perhaps shoot an email around might suffice, just as an upgrade. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Any more questions, councillors, for General Manager Anne-Marie? If not, the motion before us is that the monthly financial performance statement for the period ending 31 July 2025 be received. Moved by Councillor Melissa, seconded by Councillor Tim. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Do appreciate that. Councillors, we move then to item number 10, which is the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report, and I'll hand over to Sal. Thank you, Sal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to provide an update. As I've mentioned during the meeting, I'm at the start of week 6 and I still have a smile on my face. I just want to make a couple of observations, I suppose, in terms of my journey in my short time here. First thing I'd really like to say is just how welcoming it has been, both from this chamber, from my staff, but more importantly from the community members that I've actually been able to get out there and see, and I've seen a few, and business representatives. And I just thought I'd give you a little bit of a breakdown of some of the things that have sort of happened over the 5 weeks, because on reflection, we've actually done a bit, which is exactly what you wanted. So hopefully you might be pleased. But first week, we kicked off with me being in this chamber, and I must admit, being out of local government for some time, it probably was a little bit of a shock. But I'm sort of warming to the seat and now starting to find my rhythm. I've met with all my direct reports. I've also met with the senior leadership group of both the infrastructure, Mike's infrastructure group and Anne-Marie's group as well, and had an opportunity to speak to them. Second week in, I started as all good staff should in this organisation, was with induction, and I was inducted into the organisation and really understood the way we bring on our employees into this organisation. Fair to say that you probably would expect that I would see some improvements in that process, and I'm having those discussions with Anne-Marie's people on how we might make that induction process a little bit simpler. To both the Deputy Mayor and the Mayor's recommendation, I was put on a boat and I got to see the most significant project that we're delivering. I don't think just for this region, I actually think for this state. Crestbrook has some amazing opportunities for what this council will deliver from an engineering perspective, but more importantly in the way we actually deliver on a safer, more secure future moving forward. And it is an amazing project. It is a project that will be delivered. I know we're still working through some of the issues on that project, but it will be delivered to the standard that I think will start to set Toowoomba out there in terms of how dam projects should be done. I have full confidence in the team. I've now met with Seymour White executives. We met with them last week, where we shared, I suppose, our approach on how we want to work with them moving forward to deliver that particular program of work. And my takeaway from that discussion is that there's a willingness for this Alliance project to succeed, and we'll endeavour to ensure that it delivers not only best value for this region, but for this council, but also what it will set the standard for dam projects moving forward. I've also been out to a couple of the depots. I was out at Pittsworth, met the troops on the ground, had an opportunity to meet and speak to our yellow shirts, which was really good. Rightly so, they challenged me and said, well, we've heard it all before, CEO, you're never going to be out here again, so the challenge has been accepted. And I will start to see more of my team. Week 3, I got in a car and got to see some of our waste and water facilities, and Jake pretty well showed me the good and bad of it all. We are fortunate in terms of an organisation that actually does own significant water infrastructure and water assets. And again, it is a huge responsibility on us on how we manage them effectively moving into the future. Again, got to meet a number of the staff in that area, confident that we do have some very good capability in this organisation. And again, the appreciation of the assets that we do own. Week 4, Customer Service Centre. As you know, all an area that's quite dear and passionate to me, and I am committed to making this organisation the best customer service local government in Queensland, and then we'll move on to Australia. But again, people that are really focused on working for our community. I'm impressed at where we are in our customer journey, and there's a lot more work that we need to do. And I also then had the opportunity to meet my senior leadership team, which includes all of my managers and my general managers, and again, a huge opportunity for an incoming CEO where 50% of my managers have been here less than 2 years. An opportunity to harness innovation, young, clean minds, but also with the benefit of those trusted, well-worn and experienced heads. So huge opportunities that I see before us. Week 5, got in a car with Nick and we started to see the various services that our community and parks and community services people do. And it's fair to say that the standard of our parks across this region are amazing, and I can understand why we are regarded as the Garden City. With that, there is the cost of maintaining them to that standard, and it is a discussion that we will probably have to have at some point as what those service standards will be. But at this stage, I'm just admiring the beauty that our people do in terms of how we maintain and keep our facilities to that higher standards. I've met a lot of people inside the organisation. I've been briefed on disaster management, economic development, enterprise risk management, governance. I mentioned customer experience, but most importantly, safety. I attended my first safety meeting group. I've started to elevate the importance of safety in this organisation. I have no desire to see anyone on my watch not survive when they come to work. and everyone has the right to go home safely. So we'll start to see more in that space. When I found some time, we also did some work externally. As I've mentioned, I've been able to meet a number of the community business members, whether it was at the Lifeline 50th anniversary. I've had the opportunity to meet the Tom Gillespie, Jordan, the editor, and the regional manager of the Chronicle, with a desire there to reset that relationship. I believe that our community newspaper will be critical to our success. I also believe that they should hold us to account, but they also should be factual in the way that they report. And that's something that I am determined to build as we move forward. The opportunity to speak on ABC Radio and really get my perspective on how I see this region moving forward. The pleasure to then attend the Darling Downs Western Council Mayor's meeting and really start to understand the challenges that are before this region and the role that this city plays, I think is critical. And we are in a unique position where we look east and see what the outcomes of SEQ are and the important role we play in SEQ, but when we look west, how we can demonstrate leadership to the other regional areas and what we may learn from them. Cobb&Co, the University of Southern Queensland, the Audit Committee Chair, Council of Mayors, the UDIA, the Chamber. So my 6 weeks have been full. My 6 weeks have reaffirmed that the decision I have made to come on board as your CEO was the right decision. I continue to look forward to reforming, reshaping this organisation, but work with our community, our business leaders to deliver not only the best city in Queensland, but the best inland city in Australia. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thanks very much, Sal. Very comprehensive indeed. Do appreciate that, and appreciate the spirit in which you are tackling many of those opportunities that you see, and right across the organisation, and particularly then linking with the community. You know, that's you're appointed because of your enthusiasm to see us be the best regional council to work with and to work for. And that's a mantra that we should aspire to, and we have been saying that for some time in this room, in fact, but it's been somewhat of a challenge at times to actually progress that because of the size of the organisation. So therefore, that's our opportunity, and it's been a terrific, solid start to you, Sal, so we do appreciate it. Are there any questions for the CEO? Councillor Tim.
Chair, thank you. Sal, I really enjoyed that. And I know you've only been here 5.5, 6 weeks, and everyone wants done now, and there's a large, complex organisation. It probably feels like turning the Titanic with a teaspoon sometimes, but not saying we were on a path of destruction like that, but interesting metaphor. Sal, my question, not to add more to your list of things to do, but certainly recently the state government issued a productivity commission to have a look at how they could be more productive in things like how they work with people, how they work with their own staff. I think there are some differences from that organisation to this one, but there are also some similarities. Is it possible that you might come back to this chamber with any findings that you think may be able to be implemented in an organisation like this that were recommended in such a body of work, and any that might be applicable to us as a council on how we can do things more productively?
Thank you, Councillor Tim. Yes, definitely, we will have a look at that report. Productivity across this country has been declining over a number of years, and it really is an area that I think we collectively need to focus on, not only from an administration perspective, but I think more broadly in the way business and community deals with it. But we will take that on notice. We'll have a look, and if there are findings that are applicable to the organisation, we'll definitely bring them back and have a discussion.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tim. Councillor Melissa.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks, CEO Sal, for your report. When I was in small business and we employed staff, about this time I would always have a quick catch up. And one of my questions I would always ask is, what's keeping you awake at night? So what's keeping you awake at night at TRC?
At the moment, the cold in this city. But no, in all honesty, actually, nothing's keeping me awake at the moment, because I believe the fundamental bones of the organisation are there. It's how we now shape them. It's how we start to put the flesh on the bones, which is the exciting parts. What I'm really pleased to report that in my start of 6 week, that the feedback I'm getting from staff is that they're keen for it. I think they're looking for that guidance, that direction, that leadership, and they're looking to participate. So that's good. The difficult discussions haven't commenced yet in terms of, what we will look like, what our form, what our structure should be. But I'm not seeing any obstacles. There's this desire to engage. There's a desire to contribute. So it's how we harness that. But that's one part of the puzzle. The next piece will be, what does community expect? Because there will need to be some discussions with community around what are those service standards and what can and can't we deliver. And then the third part to that is how we then stimulate the business sector to actually continue to grow and invest in this city, and how do we remove the unnecessary roadblocks to allow them to facilitate that development opportunity, but in a manner that's cognizant of this city and what makes this city special. Because what we don't want to be is just another city. Toowoomba has a uniqueness. It's how we capitalise on that uniqueness and harness it moving forward. And look, as you know, Councillor Melissa, I'm always a person that's a half glass full. I think we can achieve all of it.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Any other questions for Sal? If there's no other questions, thank you very much, Sal. Again, reiterate what I said earlier. We appreciate all that you're doing, and the feedback we're getting internally and externally is very positive. So thank you for what you're doing. The motion before us is that the Chief Executive Officer's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Councillors, we move to item number 11, which is the mayoral monthly report, and it is documented in your agendas for your own viewing pleasure, and more than happy to answer any questions that anyone may have in regard to that report. Quite a bit covered off on there. Councillor Trevor.
The letter we sent down to Anne Lee, have we received anything back yet as of today? Or
we have received as of yesterday.
Yesterday.
Yep, so it'll be recorded in our next meeting.
Thank you.
Okay, for public, but you'll get notification of that before that, but for the public it will. Any other questions? Councillor Bill.
Thanks, Chair. Just under the Surat Basin Coexistence Symposium Dalby, it just brings to mind, and I haven't had opportunity to speak to you before about this, but it raises the question on the previous motion of council around the moratorium. Have we had any feedback from the state around our position on that, and where is that up to? What time has expired? Do you know anything there? Or?
Yeah, so if you were just to refer a little bit further down, there was also some information from the Assistant Minister for that area at the Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors.
Is that under the advocacy?
Which is on page, I'll just go to the page for you, page 4 at the top, which is Advocacy Council Decision Gasfield Subsidence Follow-Up. So it's on that page, Bryson Head MP. So the question was asked in that forum for Darling Downs South West Council of Mayors, and the question was asked around the Gasfields following Council's submission to the consultation paper Coexistence regarding induced subsidence management framework, and the advice provided by Bryson at that stage, which effectively was only a couple of weeks ago. There's no completed subsidence report yet. Drafts seen by Landholder Reference Group. Formal release of date is unknown. Ongoing policy work to balance landholder protections with industry development. Coordination with Deputy Premier's Office on mining, agriculture and land overlaps. That was the feedback from Bryson at that time, who is the Assistant Minister for that area.
Yeah, it seems as though the government's forging ahead with coexistence, but there's nothing really doesn't seem to be of substance to me personally. as to, you know, not just to us as council, but more importantly to community members who are anxious in these areas that will be subject to potential gas mining in the future.
That's a good point. I guess that's not the purpose of this report, and that's another matter that is open for consultation. And we're closed now, actually, I would suggest, for works that are being done there. And I know there are certainly submissions from that area as well, which go into that particular area. So not for this report.
No.
That's the update from the Assistant Minister of where that was. So if we'd like an update further, then that potentially could be something that the CEO could bring to us at some point.
I'd be keen to understand that, Chair, or Mr Mayor, because we all know, sitting around this table, the anxiousness and the lively potential effect on livelihoods. And yeah, it'd be really good for us to hear some.
No, that's fine. The CEO's made a note of it.
Thanks.
There's no need for a motion at it. It's
No.
going through its state process of feedback submissions,
Yep.
and in the meanwhile, this is also happening, and they've gone to landholder group. So there's clearly lots of things happening in that space, some of which is outside of our remit, but the CEO's made note of it to just follow up and potentially give us an update at the next meeting or even via email as to where it's at.
Thanks, Chair. Mayor.
Any other questions, councillors? If not, the motion before us is that the Mayor's monthly report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. We move, councillors, then to item number 12, which is rescheduling of the ordinary meeting of council, October 25. Now, you will note, councillors, that was a recommendation. However, there's now been an adjustment to that, given some information that's in regard to the November committee meeting, which is indeed on November 11, a very significant day on our national calendar and international calendar, in fact, being Remembrance Day. And councillors, as you know, are basically distributed right across our region, from Yarraman to Cecil Plains and everywhere in between. And therefore, the proposal is to, which is part 2 of this, is for the November 11 meetings to commence at 2 p.m, adjourn at 5 p.m, and reconvene if required 9 a.m. the next day. The first part of that is the ordinary meeting of council scheduled for the 21st of October be rescheduled for Thursday, and that's as a result of the Local Government Association conference, of which there'll be a number of councils involved in that. That's the motion. Any questions in regard to that? If not, Councillor Carroll, you're happy to move. Seconder, Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillors, there is no matters of which notice has been given, which is item 13. Item 14, is there any general business, councillors, anyone would like to raise? If not, councillors, our next section is indeed to close the meeting to discuss some items. However, I propose that we actually adjourn the meeting, if someone is of the mind to, and reconvene at 1:15, at which point we'll go through the closing of the meeting at that point. So we'll adjourn now and return at 1:15. Have someone move? Moved by Councillor James, seconded by Councillor Kerry. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Return at 1:15. Thank you, and thank you to those online. Move, in fact, to item number 15, which is to close the meeting to the public. I will note, while we are in open session, that the first of which items will be 16.1, which is the confidential Toowoomba City Aerodrome lease renewals, of which councillors Rebecca and councillor Gary both have, in that instance, a declaration of conflict and a prescribed conflict of interest, so therefore they will be out of the room for that discussion. I'll also note that in 16.2, which was mentioned, that the Chief Executive Officer's report, one of those items, also refers to the Toowoomba City Aerodrome, and therefore for that particular part, both Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary will indeed be out of the room. So that said, councillors, the reason for the meeting to be closed is that the matters of a commercial nature are likely to prejudice the interests of council or someone else, or enable a person to gain a financial advantage, and therefore it is recommended that the meeting be closed to the public in accordance with sections 254J3E. Legal advice obtained by local government or legal proceedings involving the local government, including, for example, legal proceedings that may be taken by or against the local government, and 254J3G, negotiations relating to a commercial matter involving the local government for which a public discussion would be likely to prejudice the interests of the local government, of local government regulation. So therefore, the first item will be to close the meeting of the public, of which Councillor Rebecca and Councillor Gary can stay in the room for. And then when we move to those items, the councillors, as I've indicated, will depart the room for those particular items, so that it's all transparent and understood by the public. Okay, so let's first move to close the meeting. Moved by Councillor Kerry, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll turn the meeting down. In fact, Councillor Gary, the same will be for the next item, 16.2 as well. So if you just pass that on to Councillor Rebecca, so it'll be both those votes. Councillors, item 16.1 was the Toowoomba City Aerodrome lease renewals, and we'll put that up on the screen, the motion. Thank you, Deanne, very much indeed. Noting that Councillors Von Hoff and Gardner are out of the room as per their declarations. The motion is there before you, Councillors, that Council resolves that an exception under section 2361C 3 and 5 of Local Government Regulation 2012 applies in relation to the lease of the land as identified in the confidential report titled Toowoomba City Aerodrome Lease Renewals and other than tender or auction. And 2, the Chief Executive Officer or his delegate be authorised to finalise lease negotiations and issue renewed leases in accordance with the detail specified in the confidential report titled Toowoomba City Aerodrome Lease Renewals. Have someone move? Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, councillors. We will note, we'll have to record those votes. And then item 16.2 is the confidential CEO's report. If you could just put the motion up for that one then as well, Deanne, thank you. The motion is that Council note the Chief Executive Officer's advice in relation to the Toowoomba City Aerodrome and approve for the Toowoomba City Aerodrome Recommendations Tracker to become a public document commencing at the ordinary meeting of Council of 16 September 2025. Moved by Councillor Edwina, second by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thank you, Hugh, and thank you very much, Nick, as well. Do appreciate that. So Councillors Rebecca and Gary can come back into the room. Thank you. Okay, councillors, we then move to the group reports. 17.1 is the Planning and Development Group Report, and I invite Ed Johnson to come forward, General Manager of Planning and Development, to present his group report for the month of August. Welcome, Ed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will take the report as read and happy to take any questions.
Thanks very much, GM Ed. Are there any questions in regard to planning and development? Councillor Kerry?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I've got a few which I've given notice to Ed with. I'll go through them first. First one is first of all, could I thank you for your comprehensive and wide-ranging report. It's really good to see. The first one is in relation to the first matter under General Manager Matters and Initiatives, and it's simply when will the info session in relation to the Middle Ridge nursery take place, if you are aware of it?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, we are imminently going out to tender with the three preferred parties through that. It's anticipated that there'll be a 21-day tender response period. Once that response period has closed and the officers have the chance to evaluate and analyse the different contractual offers put forward to Council, then we anticipate we'll have a Council information session very shortly after. I would expect in practical terms that to occur in or about October.
Thank you for that. Secondly, under development infrastructure, regarding the charges, is the figure of 6,652,318 year to date. That is a financial year, this current financial year.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, it represents both the month of July and therefore the year to date as well. It's my understanding that we do that on a monthly rolling basis, but if there's a desire of the Council to see that on a year to date basis, we can arrange for that to occur as well.
In relation to place, noting the last paragraph, what resources are we short of? Of what resources are we short?
Thank you, Councillor. There are workforce vacancies across the organisation. I think that's an important point to make. The police branch are not alone in that task. But what I will say is, as it relates to some of the more critical components of work that that area are doing, and certainly the topical one being the planning scheme, that's nominally an area of 8 officers, of which there are 5 vacancies at the moment.
I have referred to officers and resources. I was just wondering whether there are some other physical resources that we're short of, but that's not really the case. Thank you. Under urban design, can you describe the role of the environmental officer that to be appointed or is appointed?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, the environmental officer's core role and function is to assist in the assessment of applications put to council relating to areas of environmental overlay, how proponents, as part of the development applications, as well as other work we're assessing, i.e. the Inland Rail EIS most recently, how those areas interact with environmental issues, and then how council might condition or otherwise manage development in those circumstances relative to our current policy settings.
So it would apply to flood overlays or not really?
No,
significant trees?
Predominantly flora and fauna.
Yeah, right.
You just turn your microphone on, please, Kerry.
Sorry, under architecture, can you supply to us a copy of the updated historic walks brochure?
Absolutely, there's no issue with us sharing that with you as that work's completed. There's no problems with that.
Thank you. Under the topic of leveraging to 2032, the Olympics, can you provide examples of how council can assist?
Thank you, Council. I think this is an evolving discussion across the organisation, particularly as the Olympics stadia, event programming and other Olympic overlays, as that picture becomes clearer. I think Council's opportunity to capitalise on that across a number of areas, being economic development, major events and attraction, growth of community assets in this space. I think that's all up for grabs, and I think that's what that statement predominantly references, is there's an opportunity there to be seized. We need to have a look at what that might be, come back to council as that conversation evolves, and really bed down the proposition as well as the opportunity as it relates to Toowoomba.
Thank you. The next one is under Designated Area Migration Agreement, or I call it DAMA. Could you, what was the original appetite, commas, for a state-led DAMA? Please advise the need for the project to be managed, why the need is there for the project to be managed quite carefully, unquote.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair. The Designated Area Migration Agreement, or DAMA, is a formal agreement between the Australian Government as well as typically regional authorities. There are 13 DAMAs that are active across Australia, and 2 of which exist at the moment within Queensland. Cairns, or Far North Queensland, as well as Townsville, have a DAMA. There has been discussion in the past, and I can't tell you how evolved the conversation is in this space, but certainly there was an appetite at one point in time for a statewide DAMA to occur. Now, there are both benefits to that, and in the context of this, some careful optimism that should be deployed in pursuing that. Predominantly, the reason for carefulness within that is it relates to an area of opportunity for a specific geography within Queensland. If you have a statewide Dharma, you lose the competitive advantage of having a Dharma for your region, and that's why the reference within here suggests careful optimism or careful consideration of what that might mean at a state level. I think there are opportunities for Dharmas, certainly at a local level.
Would employment opportunities and housing issues be relevant to that discussion?
I think that there are always two sides to that coin, and I think it is certainly part of the national dialogue around migration at the moment. What I will say is to pursue a Dharma arrangement, an employer must have demonstrated that they have sought to pursue fruitfully employment of Australian citizens first, and then you fall back to a Dharma arrangement. So it very much supplements a workforce, and that's the intent of the Dharma.
Okay, and finally, in relation to the topic of the last one, CBD revitalisation working group, seem to recall similar strategies in the past. What differences might be expected out of the new get-together with the Chamber?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Through the Chair, I think step one is to find out what's been done in the past and what's worked and what's not. I think it's also incumbent upon us as part of this discussion with stakeholders to understand the changing landscape of the city, particularly post-COVID, shifting trends in retail. What does that mean temporally, so in time as well as spatially for our CBD? It takes a lot of effort and resources to drive CBD revitalisation, so it's very much a case of understanding what the suite of tools may be and interventions, and then very clearly articulating the cost and the impact of what they may look like. I think that is what would be perhaps different in this space, but I think of primary importance is to understand at this stage the scale of the task ahead, and that's where we're at within that process. It's very much a listening and learning exercise with our stakeholder groups.
Would topics like shop top living and the review of the parking procedure that we're going to undertake be relevant?
Councillor Kerry, through you, Mayor. I actually met with the Chamber President and CEO yesterday, and we had a very robust discussion around recalibrating the relationship. The opportunity now exists with a new GM of planning, a CEO that actually has an understanding of land use planning in this city. There's a desire that the Chamber wants to be part of the solution. I think it's critical that they are. I think the opportunity exists for us to relook at everything as we really consider how this CBD does mature, the elements that Ed's already talked about around the scheme itself. But yeah, I think the opportunity now exists to recalibrate and have those robust discussions, not only with the Chamber, the UDIA, and I think the broader business community around how we want to see the city mature. So I think from a timing perspective, the opportunity is right. Ed has some new resources within his structure now that are bringing a refreshed approach to the way we look at land use planning and a balanced approach. So, yeah, I think the opportunity is there, Councillor, to really recalibrate.
Thanks, Councillor Carroll. Question for Ed.
Thank you. Yes, a comment really on the leveraging 2032 working group meeting, and well done to you. But I attended the inaugural active transport forum down at Redlands on Friday, and it was mentioned there, and I guess that we probably should all, not just you, GM Ed, but how we have a venue at the showground. TMR are bringing a bike path into the CBD from out there, but we should be looking at how we can leverage pathways, general pathways, shared pathways, active transport from the showgrounds back into here, with the key message being leave a legacy for our community. And this facility set up out there will, of course, provide a legacy and a venue going forward for all things equestrian. So I think it's most important that we, as a council, get together to try to progress whatever we can in the way of pathways, infrastructure and the like to leave for our community. It might be something for you to take on board, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Councillor Tallon, through you, Mayor. It is a discussion that has commenced around the senior team. 7 years is not that long. And the amount of planning that probably needs to be done around not only transport accessibility and those other aspects is something I am starting to turn my mind to. The discussions that need to occur with other state agencies will also be paramount to that. I'm giving consideration as to how we do progress that through internally, whether we do establish a dedicated project team to really start to look at those key issues. But I can assure you that discussions are occurring at the senior team.
Thank you very much.
Very good. Councillor Tim, you had a question?
Thank you, Chair. Ed, just wanting to have a look at attachment 2, the quarterly update. We've got DAs lodged is in the 800s, and I know there's a difference between DAs and building approvals, 147 and of them 5 units. And I know that's unit sites, not individual units, but it still seems to me the amount of applications we've got coming in, they're still for standalone homes rather than units, and we've tried to have a push towards high density in the appropriate areas where, you know, units are happening. Do we still have the economic incentive policies around units? Or is that, I think it had an expiry date soon. So that's the first question, but broader comment on attracting those in the right place.
Through the chair, it's my understanding that economic incentive policy remains live, particularly around units and well-located units in effectively what we would call the right areas. I think to transition, and it is to grow housing choice, which ultimately is far broader than a detached house on a relatively standard lot or units, is a conversation that has been occurring within planning circles for probably 10 to 15 years or more. I think as tools become available to local governments that are available to the state governments through PDAs and the like, the ability to leverage that grows and grows. I think we have to be very cognizant of the input costs that occur to different product types across the housing continuum. And at the moment, certainly smarter minds than mine are indicating that the construction costs and the input costs that are realised on an attached stacked product far outweigh the revenue that can be generated. So there is an economic break that is occurring. Nevertheless, it's incumbent upon council and officers to put it to council to create planning choice through the planning scheme, as well as where we can utilise carrots to drive choice through the market. There are very little sticks that are available to council through the Planning Act to enforce upon, but there are mechanisms that can be explored through planning schemes that may assist through that.
Thank you. Councillor Rebecca.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, General Manager Ed, for the report. I've provided 2 questions on notice to you. The first, so in light of those vacancies that you're referring to, what are the opportunities for Council to use AI in planning matters, particularly those that are code accessible, and how could we progress these?
Thank you, and through the chair. There are many, many opportunities that AI presents within the town planning, the planning assessment group. Sunshine Coast are very active in this space at the moment with a bounded large language learning model, which is AI, as it relates to answering planning inquiries. So those officers can be redeployed to other tasks. There was a firm that was operating, and Logan City Council actually invested quite significantly on an AI assessment tool. That firm subsequently and unfortunately ceased trading. What I will say is there are opportunities for AI. Deploying those opportunities into the assessment of planning applications should be carefully considered within the context of effectively the benchmarks changing, and I'll say that with reference to the planning scheme project underway. We should look at opportunities and having a planning scheme that is able to be interpreted by AI tools, so that as they become available and as that investment grows, there are opportunities. It's a little bit more difficult within the Queensland planning context to deploy AI through the performance-based planning framework. It requires that nuance and balancing across a number of different issues, far easier and far more advanced in the New South Wales planning context, where it is a prescriptive planning model that applies. So it's a yes-no planning system.
Thank you very much for that. And then the second question, under the Central Highfields Master Plan, under your General Manager Matters and Initiatives, and I've provided the correspondence from members of the community that have requested this information and form the basis of this question. So can you make public the costs to date of the Highfield Centre Master Plan project and any breakdown in costs that you feel are relevant?
Thank you, and through the chair, the Finance and the Planning Group have pulled together the total costs to date from 2016 to 2017 financial year as it relates to the Central Highfields Master Plan. I do note that the costs that I'm about to discuss with you relate to both capital and operating, and therefore I'll outline them separately to you. Starting with the capital cost, the land acquisition came to $8,015,446. The Highfields Kratzky O'Brien Road intersection is $4,880,932, and Highfields Library at $14,612,576, with a total capital cost within that of $27,508,954. On the operating side of the ledger, as it relates to the master plan exercise, land use and community planning, $58,671, commercial development, $38,250, urban design and placemaking, $202,382, divestment strategy advice, $83,050, social structure / infrastructure planning, due diligence at $93,509. Those costs that I've and a total operating expense of $475,862. On both the capital and operating side, they include staff time within that. So there has been obviously a significant staffing input from labour within that. I would expect, given where we are in the process, for some costs to be incurred in the coming months as we attempt to close out the Central Highfields Master Plan, effectively the refresh. And I don't anticipate, within the context of the, call it $29 million or expended, or $28 million, expended, for those to be significant within the context of that.
Thanks. Any more questions, councillors, for Ed? If there's no other questions for Ed Johnson, the GM of Planning, the motion before us is that the Planning and Development Group report be received. So I move. Moved by Councillor Gary, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried. Thanks, Ed. Thank you very much. We move then to item 17.2, councillors, which is the Water and Waste Committee, and acknowledge and welcome GM Jake Passier to come forward. Jake, welcome to you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and good afternoon, councillors. I'm pleased to present the Water and Waste Group report and happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks very much, Jake. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Rebecca?
Thanks, thanks, Chair, through you. Thanks, General Manager Jake. Just drawing our attention to those final two graphs in your report, and they relate to waste diversion. Could you just talk us through what those graphs are actually showing us?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the Chair. Essentially, we track our diversion rates, which is the amount of waste that is diverted from landfill. The state government sets targets for council to divert waste, and as you have seen, those targets increased as of January this year, going from 45% up to 65% diversion. Now, both of those two graphs look at, or one looks at the diversion percentage from those who utilise our landfill facilities or our waste facilities, so those who who take their trailer to our facility through either the week or the weekend and dispose of their waste at that facility. And then the second graph looks at the curbside collection, which is those bins that are picked up, red and yellow bins, red bins once a week, yellow bins once a fortnight across our region. Now, as you'll see, councillors, that there is nothing but opportunity for council in working with our community to improve our diversion. So it's about making sure that we educate, and education is a primary component of that. And councillors may be aware that we have created or repositioned a new position within waste services that will focus on community education. So we've looked at some resources or a position that has become vacant. We've repurposed that into education because driving better outcomes for waste diversion will save council money. Why is it important? Because for every tonne of waste that is disposed of by council at a council facility and buried in landfill, it costs council $85 a tonne purely for the space to bury the waste, and the state charges us $125 a tonne in waste levy. So diverting waste from landfill is fantastic, has fantastic financial benefits for council, not to mention the fantastic environmental benefits and circular economy benefits that come from reuse and recycling.
Just to follow up, if I might, Chair. So thank you for that, General Manager. So if I'm looking at those last two graphs, the first one relates to what people are bringing to our waste facilities, and the second one is what they're putting in their bins for curbside collection. So on the curbside collection, it's pretty much holding steady, and we're below where we need to be for the state government targets. But interestingly, for the material that's actually brought to the waste facilities, the trend is more our friend in that sense. Is that a fair assessment?
That is very much so, Councillor. What you will see is that, and we know that we have those good facilities that are in the regions, in particular our Toowoomba Waste Management Centre, where staff and where the general public is directed first and foremost through our resource recovery facilities, before the last stop being the general waste area. And we try to, there is science behind the behaviour of getting people to head to many stops throughout their trip to make sure that the last or any opportunity for recycling or diversion of waste from landfill is taken up. And we do find that that's uniform across most of our facilities in the region at various levels. Some areas of our community are better at it than others, but nevertheless, definitely those people that visit our facilities to deposit their waste tend to sort it, and it ends up generally out away, or those targets that we are chasing are heading in the right direction. But you will see we have seen a little dip there, but we suspect that's predominantly due to seasonality, but we are heading in the right direction when it comes to facilities.
Thanks very much. Councillor Trevor, question?
Thanks, Chair. Jake, I did send through an email regarding a few questions I noticed regarding the Millmerran bin situation. How many curbside applications have we acquired so far? And obviously there's a couple other parts to it, so I'll let you answer as we go.
If you, through the chair, if you ask the question, I'll answer one at a time. That might make it easy for people who are watching online. To date, we have received 71 expressions of interest from the communities in areas surrounding Millmerran.
Okay. How many residents or properties are entitled to a curbside bin collection in that area where the bins were taken away?
Thank you, Councillor. There are, according to our numbers, there are 735 properties that could qualify for a curbside bin collection.
Okay. And the number needed for a curbside collection, obviously it's 51%, but 51% of that 700, or is it less than that?
Thank you, Councillor. So what we undertake is every property that provides us with an expression of interest is geographically mapped. And so what we do is we work with our contractor, JJ Richards, to try and understand where it's economically viable to expand our curbside collection to areas. So it's not necessarily 51% of the entire area. It'll be 51% of a cluster of residents in any one particular area, on the basis that we can safely collect the waste, so there's space for our trucks to turn around, that there's sufficient time on existing service routes. So, for instance, if we need a certain number to warrant either a bigger truck or a longer duration, or a shift as such, for the truck driver, to make sure that he can, or the truck driver can pick up waste from those residents, and again, the capacity of the truck. And what we'll do is, once we see some clusters, so a quite tight cluster in a particular area, we'll write to all residents, be that on a street or be that in a block, and we would need 51% of those residents to agree to take on the extra charge for curbside collection before that is rolled out.
So sort of a moving target, so to speak, depending on how many apply within a cluster, so to speak. Would that be correct?
That's correct, Councillor. We have there's quite a large area around Millmerran, and so what we will see, if we, as I said, if there's 5 or 6 on a street of 10 or 12, we'll ask the street, and the street will come back to us with a yes or a no, or if there's a block or a few blocks with multiple streets, again, working with our contractor to see if that can be serviced, we'll then go back out to those residents and say, if there's, say, 30 houses in a block, would you like to be extended? And
I know we're on timeline with that. I think it was August 31. What happened if we got a correct number mid-September, end of September? Would you still look at that?
Yeah, so we continue to, the EOI is not open for a fixed period of time. The EOI is always open. Okay. What we have, I guess, put forwards is, through this transition process for those residents at Millmerran, it's a definitive period so that we can give those residents a level of comfort, if they've expressed interest early, that they get some indication or resolution as to whether the curbside will be collected. And we anticipate to have that first tranche sort of back to those residents by sort of end of September, early October, once the EOI has closed. But that said, if there is a groundswell of more residents over an extended period of time, these things are reviewed on an annual basis generally, or, as I said, the team looks at this across the region on roughly a quarter, and if we notice a cluster or see a cluster of new developments or residents in a particular area that have expressed interest, we will undertake the process of expanding that curbside collection area.
Okay, thanks. So basically encourage all Millmerran residents, if they're listening today or in that area, to put in their applications, and also congratulate all those in the area that had the bins removed, that there's been no dumping of illegal waste or anything on that. So I applaud them for doing the right thing as a good citizen of TRC.
Thanks, Councillor Trevor. Councillor Melissa, and then Councillor Edwina.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. Thanks, GM Jake, for your report. More for the community's information, may I just ask you to dive further into or explain further the incident that happened at John Darien Waste Management Facility recently, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. Essentially, we had an accident with a contractor. So they were processing some and picking up some waste and transporting that waste out of the facility. Unfortunately, a part of the vehicle has collided with the gatehouse and the weighbridge, and so we've had to undertake some repairs. That is being undertaken currently, and we anticipate, unfortunately, that facility will be reopened in a state, hopefully in the first week of September is what we're anticipating. But essentially, we need to have that facility. We need to have a weighbridge open as a legislative requirement for us to have a weighbridge there, so that we weigh the waste that comes in. But also, even if we weren't weighing the waste and we were temporarily storing it, we'd still have to have an operator in a gatehouse at this time of year that's in an appropriate accommodation, that has facilities on site, that has power, that can process transactions and those sort of bits and pieces, which is why, unfortunately, the facility is currently closed. But we are directing residents to closer facilities around that region. And for those that are at John Darien who might be listening in, the Oakey facility is only about 15 minutes down the road and has an expanded operating hours as well. So it was actually open for longer than what would be at John Darien. So we anticipate that, again, the facility will be back operational within the first week of September.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Melissa. Councillor Edwina.
Thank you, Chair. Through you to Jake. Just following on from Councillor Trevor's questions in relation to Millmerran, if you do find a cluster of houses where more than 51% of people would like to get their bins taken on a regular basis with curbside collection, does everyone then in the street have to then pay for that, or do they get to choose just for the community to?
Thank you, Councillor, for your follow-up question. In short, no. Once we have 51% of the residents that are in that cluster or that area that would like curbside collection, it is rolled out to all residents within that area. So all residents will need to, in that area that it's identified, will be charged and be offered the service.
Thank you. And just in relation, this might be for the CEO, a follow-up question. In relation to petitions, just for those people in Millmerran who might be watching who have signed their petition, can you just explain the process? It comes to us, it goes to the council teams, or maybe one of the other council team members in your 5th week, CEO?
Thank you, Councillor, and thank you for your question. The petition will now be passed on through to the functional area of the organisation, who will prepare a response, and then they will get back to the petitioner.
Petitioner. Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions for GM Jake? If there's no other questions, the motion before us is that the Water and Waste Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Rebecca, seconded by Councillor Gary. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Jake. Thank you very much. We move then to the Infrastructure Services Group report for the month of August, and welcome back Mike Brady. Welcome, Mike.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and through you, good afternoon, councillors. Please find the July Infrastructure Services Group report for July tabled, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mike. Any questions in regard to infrastructure services, councillors? You've got quite a few attachments, 4 attachments on there as well. Any questions, Councillor Rebecca?
Thank you, Chair, through you. These are questions. Thanks very much for the report, General Manager Mike. These are questions that I provided on notice, and I'm just going to go to the questions because I can't line them up with the report. I'm sorry. So the first is in regard to the Local Government Temporary Traffic Management Working Group. So this is the group that is coming together with LGAQ and DTMR. It was formed in February. It's met 4 times since then. And in your response to me, it sounded like we don't actually have a person on that group currently representing Toowoomba region, but the question was who is on it and what sort of insights are they providing to it. But if there is nobody on it, can we just talk through what's happening in that one, please?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Conhoff. Up until December last year, Michael Courtney, our project lead, Health and Safety and Wellbeing, was Council's representative in regards to temporary traffic management, not only on working with the LGAQ, but also TMR at the state level and at the national level. And at the national and state level, he was the only local government representative. In regards to that, with Michael's retirement, we've had an acting principal in there, and that person's been attending on council's behalf. So we have had a person in the interim. We have another rollout at Charlton, which reports through to this program lead role. That is very much looking at temporary traffic management across the whole of council. And we have people involved with TTM elements every day. It's mainly focused from our perspective, and particularly at the state and national level, is trying to get fit for purpose outcomes when it comes to temporary traffic management, still from a safety perspective. In respect to temporary traffic management, it's got a governance of the Australian Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, and then we've got the Queensland Guide to Temporary Traffic Management, which falls under that. So there's national level of national harmonisation, but a lot of the work that's gone into that has been done by organisations such as Austroads, which tends to have membership mainly of state agencies like TMR. And so we've been able to bring forth a degree of, as I say, fitness purpose for low volume roads, community events, those sorts of things. So trying to have, still keeping safety of the workers and that as paramount, but at the same time trying to have it so it works better in the local government environment where our road volumes are not like freeways.
Just if I can follow up, yeah, thank you. So we do or we don't have somebody representing us on that group?
We do at the moment,
We
and
do.
that's Oren Nelms, who's acting program lead
Okay, good.
in that space.
Okay, good. And I asked the question because they're working closely with those recommendations from the Red Tape Reduction Task Force, so making sure our voice is heard in that is really important. So, thank you.
No problem. Did you have another
I
question?
do. I had the
Yes,
second
yes,
question. Thank you for reminding me, Chair. The second question, thanks very much, General Manager Mike. In April of this year, Council passed a motion in regard to roads around Wellcamp State Primary School, including the Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, to assist in Queensland State Government advocacy for road funding. And this was estimated to cost $50,000. What's the status of this body of work and the road work in general in that area? Because again, we've had questions, phone calls, emails from members of the community and that school community in particular.
Yeah, appreciate the question. In respect to what Council indicated at the April meeting for both this project and Worth Road, that sort of budgetary request hasn't come through the budget process, so it's not in the current 25-26 budget as it sits today. That said, we've been having discussions with TMR looking at some broader detailed planning around the development of Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road in that area, in that Wellcamp area there. And so we're looking at potentially dovetailing into some of the work they're doing. Separately, we are going out to get quotes for some of that work, just to work out whether we can, from a financial perspective, squeeze it into the budget somewhere. But at this stage, yeah, work itself on those elements haven't really progressed.
Is there any idea when the state's thinking about doing their planning for that holiday?
They're in progress now. It's just the breadth of their planning is, or their planning focus obviously is Toowoomba Cecil Plains Road, but a significant part of our needs out there is very much related to their work, particularly potentially the intersections, Duval Road and the other intersections there. So,
thanks. A follow-up?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So I think the concern is that if Council doesn't have that body of work to feed into the state government, then the state can't come budget preparation time prepare, advocate, or even the community can't hope that that work will actually eventuate in the next budget. And so then we get stuck into this situation where we're kicked another, year and a half or so down the track. So I think it's one that we need to turn our minds to a little bit, because my understanding is that the budget preparation for the state really, it gets well and truly going by December. I might be wrong on that, but well and truly going by December for the following year. We're in August currently, and it was always the intent of that work that instead of just having a Google map and saying, you know, there's a lot of development, there's a lot of future development, this is an area of focus, that we could at least present something for the members of parliament to then advocate for our community. So I think it's one that we need to think a little bit more about, and how we can potentially even look at budget reviews and try to get something done so that then we can help the state to get the work for the community.
So we've got a motion on the books
We do
already.
have a motion on the
there,
books, yeah.
and therefore there's a will of this council to do something there. So perhaps at the next, in your next report, Mike, in the group report, you might be able to give an update based on the fact you're getting some pricing already on what that might work might be done. And if there's something that comes in, then obviously there may be something go out, or it might be an adjustment that we can make. But there's definitely a motion there for you to act on it. So that's, I think, getting that information for us would be useful, and just put it in the group report if you're comfortable with that, CEO.
Yes, I am, and noted. And have had some experience in area transport studies. They are costly. They do take time, but it is important that we do them. So we will have a look at that in terms of our prioritisation activity as well.
Good. Councillor Carroll.
Just looking at the Pierce Street active Transport Street, active Bike Street, and I just wanted to congratulate Mike, Marie and Sue Hendren. That was featured at the Active Transport Forum down in Redlands on Friday, and created a lot of interest. It's Queensland's first cycle street, first one of its kind, and there was a lot of questions and a lot of comment around it. So I'd just like to congratulate the team on that. Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Mike was unwell and couldn't go down, but Marie ably presented in his place. So thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Well done. That's great. Councillor James.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mike. Just also on Pierce Street. Just in first question I've got is just in regards to the evaluation, or what's the level of assessment for? Like, are we assessing how many more active users are? Are we assessing lack of accident? Are we what's sort of the purpose of obviously carrying this on, thinking strategically from a future point of view of how we plan different, roads and potentially these into the future? Like, what's the actual barometer or the gauge of what is actually successful or not?
We are actually working, which is positive. There's a couple of developers that are doing major developments that are interested in this type of outcome, and so there's one out at Highfields that we're working with at the moment. So that could be the next one along these lines. Councillors would be aware that Pierce Street, and that we went out, we did a lot of consultation with that little precinct, that community there. Not all were in favour, most were, which was good. But then we dropped the speed limit in that little enclave down to 30 kilometres an hour, particularly, and those sorts of things. So it's a journey with the community and those there. So with the new developments, where we can have some influence and there's a willingness from the developer to consider it, we are having those chats. So that's it's slowing down the street, making it well, I think we all used to play in the street years ago when we were young. I did anyway, lots of games of cricket. So the opportunity for an active street and for our streets to be more than just the road through a neighbourhood is trying to get that back to being a little bit more usable, user friendly, and I think particularly in that cycling and active transport space, walking and everything, and encouraging that with the right sort of environment is what we're aiming for.
Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Can I ask another question on another topic, also through the transport and drainage planning? Mike, I'd just be curious on your, through the team, I suppose, feedback based on, and I know there's a lot of different tables and attachment with this around the temporary traffic management permits, subordinate local law 115, etc., etc. And I note that you've sort of said somewhere in the report there, it said that there's been no negative comments. One, what's been the findings or the key things that you've found as a team with this change? And I know there's that table there going the time frames. I mean, has basically, I guess, has there been efficiencies that have been found internally? Like, what sort of feedback have you sort of found around these changes?
Look, from an internal process perspective, there's been the first form that got developed that from an application form point of view, which is now working quite well from the external customer perspective, but we haven't got the systems internally yet, so that can be processed. We're basically actually still manually taking it from that information through into into what we have to do. So there's still a lot of work to happen behind the scenes from a process point of view, and there's further development there. We are looking at in the broader road operations area, some AI opportunities, again, not dissimilar to the discussion earlier in the DA space, but trying to improve some process stuff there. From an external customer point of view at the moment, there is a fair bit of discussion, and we're looking at a potentially report back to council around the fees and charges element of that, of what council put through in June. So there may be something that comes through to council in the not too distant future, again, in respect to that. So we've had some, might say, both positive and negative feedback in regards to those fees and charges, and we're working, talking to the industry reps there and seeing if we can get to a point that all might be happy. Well, maybe not happy, but at least compromised position going forward.
Thanks, General Manager.
Very good. Any other questions for Mike? If there's no other questions, the Infrastructure Services Group, this is the motion, the Infrastructure Services Group be received. Moved by Councillor Carroll, seconded by Councillor Melissa. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Noting
Thank you, councillors.
out of the room. Thanks very much, Mike. We move then to 17.4, councillors, which is the Environment Community Services Group report. And welcome back, GM Nick Hauser, to come forward and present his report for August.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, councillors. The Environment Community Services Group report is included in your agenda papers. So take the report as read and happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Nick. Questions, councillors, in regard to Environment Community Group report? Councillor Kerry.
Thanks, Chair. Just in relation to that, item number 3, the authorisation of biosecurity surveillance program 2025-26. Is there any practice of having dialogue with the biosecurity advisory committee or the officer on that committee has an input into that program in the normal course?
Thanks, Councillor Kerry. Yes, that is the normal practice, and I'm not sure how many times the Biosecurity Advisory Committee's met this term. I think first meeting twice, so that opportunity mightn't have presented itself yet, but that's certainly what would happen ordinarily, to consult that through that Biosecurity Advisory Committee. Another function of the Advisory Committee is to review our, used to be called our pest management plan, but it's probably called a biosecurity plan now. It's probably coming due for review and be another function of the Advisory Committee as well, which I understand you're the chair of that Advisory Committee, co-chair with Councillor Edwina. Yep.
Very good. Well done. Any other questions? Councillor Rebecca.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, so General Manager Nick, this was one that I actually initially sent through to the General Manager of Infrastructure Services Group, and he looped you in because your group is now taking carriage of this work. So In March of this year, Council passed a resolution in regard to the traffic management plans for community groups and events, and that primarily involves subordinate local law 1.14 and also 1.12. There's been an information session held with councillors. I had a look at that in our board books. But can you just give us some information about the implementation plan, 5 months on from that motion? What are the timelines and how's it going, that body of work to improve the outcomes for the community groups now that the work on 1.15 has reached its conclusion?
Thanks, Councillor Rebecca. Yes, certainly quite a thorough internal review process. Not only internal review, we actually surveyed all applicants from the last financial year, some 199 applicants under the various subordinate local laws were invited to participate in a survey. The council decision was in relation to subordinate local laws 1.14 and 1.15, but we expanded the scope to include 1.12. And what we found that 88% of those applications came under 1.12. So that gave us a good understanding. The survey probably told us what we already knew, but the results were probably surprisingly positive as well. Some 59%, I think, of respondents indicated their satisfaction with the process. However, there were some interesting findings in that course of work. Some of those interesting findings were the length of time ahead of the event in which applications were made, and we found that that time frame was quite short in a lot of instances. And those applicants who were making those applications in those short time frames were given priority over applications that were already in the system because there was a sense of urgency to turn those around. So their positive experience with the process was probably related to quick turnaround times, which were as a result of the applications being lodged late. So there's some interesting findings in that. Probably most notably for us, it really revealed inconsistency across the organisation in the way those applications are received and workflow and process. And there's not a consistent approach and a real lack of coordination. So our implementation plan really focuses on improving those internal processes. So things like improving our communication, updating the website, improving the application forms, outlining our expectations in relation to minimum timeframes for applications, setting ourselves some targets and KPIs for turning those applications around, and appointing a single point of accountability for effectively concierging or being the single point of contact for those applicants, because they would make their application to one part of council, the application would refer to the next part of council, and there was no transparency around that transfer of the workflow and no coming back to a central point of contact to understand where that's up to. So we're going to spend, and I'm going to say a time frame of 6 to 18 months for us to get through the body of work that's in front of us. And I say that because there are some really quick wins for us to achieve in the first little period of time. Some other things will take a little bit longer to work through. They'll require resource and budget input into things like software and programs and updating those sorts of things. So the work's going to be assigned to our Environment and Regulatory Services Group. We've had a new manager start there in the last month, so he'll take the lead on having responsibility for coordinating that. The good work and the reviews being done through our Community Development, Facilities and Tourism team who has good contact with applicants and community groups in the organisation. So it's been a journey of discovery, I would say, to this point. That culminated in the information session with Council in July. And there's been some interruptions, I think, since July at this point with the absence of key personnel and new starters. So the focus is around picking that up in the ERS group and streamlining that process.
Deputy Mayor, I might just add, and I've had a chat to Nick and Jamie, I do have a little bit of experience in this space as well. So I will be working with Nick and Jamie around some of those regulatory efficiencies that we can bring through the use of digitisation, digital type equipment and stuff like that. So it's an exciting area. But yeah, there are definitely some huge opportunities to remove some of that red tape.
Thanks. Can I just make some comments on that then, Chair? That's really good to hear, CEO. And a lot of what you just said then, Nick, is so encouraging. first of all, going out to the community and actually getting their experiences. That's exactly what we should be doing. So I really commend that. And the percentage that are happy, it's good that it's more happy than unhappy. And I just think that some of those ones who aren't happy, they have a pretty hellish time. So how we improve things for them, the timeframes is a really interesting point as well, because if they come in late and then there's a sense of urgency, they do get what you're saying is that they get priority. And I think at the other end of the spectrum, there are organisations that hold their events year in, year out, and they'd love to do they'd love to put their traffic management plans in place and sort of bed them down 11 months out, so that then the route doesn't change potentially. It's the same old. They know what it is, and if there's opportunities to work in that space as well. The improving of internal processes is terrific as well. I wonder if we can, going forward, have a regular update in the group report on this body of work, because it is something that just affects so many people, right from Anzac Day to, Peaks to Parks to, the weekend after next with the Ride the Range. There's all these community events that feel this. I will make the comment that, first of all, an online form as well. That is an improvement that we've got from the work that we've got done through 115. So can that be piggybacked on and some improvements made there? I will make the comment that 6 to 18 months for this body of work does seem like a really long time, and then also be dependent on funding. When I think of the work that was done for 115, and that took 7 months, but $215,000 was found for that. So if we can do that for the utilities providers and the developers, I would love us to put that same energy into what we do for the community groups. Thanks.
It sounds like there is a fair bit of work being done, Nick, in this space, and it's been the bane of existence for a lot of groups. But it sounds like you're connecting in the right way to improve it, and Sal coming on board at the right time too may help expedite those things as well. So applaud the approach, and let's just keep going with it, because these events come around every week. They certainly do. Very good. Okay. Councillor Carroll, you had a question?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr Mayor. And apologies, Nick, I missed this until just now. I see in Property Services on page 3 of 3, the transfer of the lease at Memory Street, which was training ship Toowoomba, and I've been very close and involved with them over the years, and they actually indeed won the top naval cadets in Australia at least twice to another group. Are they sharing that, or is the training ship Toowoomba gone somewhere else? I'm just not sure.
I don't know the answer to that question, Councillor Carroll. Can I
Would you take it on?
notice
Yes,
and
thank
get
you
back
very
to
much. Thanks, Nick. Thank you.
Councillor Carey, you had a question?
Just on that one too, if you could let me know the answer to that as well.
Councillor Trevor.
Just an update, Nick, on the pool out at Millmerran. We had an email circulated, they'd found the leak. Where are we up to with that? Is it being repaired? Is it going through insurers, or what's the go?
Yeah, we've been in contact with the pool constructor, and we're working through the repair requirements now.
Is there any indication that there'd be a delay in opening hours for the summer season?
Not that I'm aware of, Mayor. I'm not anticipating any delay to the opening of the swim season, no.
Okay, thank you. Right, any other questions, councillors? Councillor Bill, you got a question? Okay, well, let's go to the motion that the Environment and Community Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Tim, second by Councillor Trevor. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Nick. Thanks very much. Your team are getting very busy over the next few weeks too, I would say. So, Corporate Services, welcome back. Anne-Marie, GM. Thank you, Anne-Marie. You're going to bring it home this afternoon. Thank you. Item 17.5, councillors. Welcome, Anne-Marie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Happy to take the report as read and take any questions.
Thank you. Very good. Councillors, questions in regard to the Corporate Services Group report? There's no questions. We have a motion before us that the Corporate Services Group report be received. Moved by Councillor Bill, seconded by Councillor Edwina. Those in favour? Motion's carried unanimously. Thanks, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much. And thank you, councillors. Thank you to those in the room, in the gallery, and those watching online. Appreciate your attendance and interest. That concludes the ordinary meeting for the month of August for Toowoomba Regional Council.